Call the meeting order. It's 8:34. We are going to have Commissioner High do our invocation.
Oh God, oh God, you are the source of all wisdom. Your will is good and gracious. Excuse me. And your law is truth. We ask you to guide and bless us in this meeting today so that we might make wise decisions that benefit the people of Texas whom we serve. It's in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
All right, good to see everybody here. All right, Commissioners, we're going to go to item B, roll call. Ranisa?
Commissioner Sujit Rakshran,
Present.
Commissioner Lori High,
Here.
Commissioner Jana Hall, Dr. Gary Wesson, Dr. Ray Callis, Vice Chair Tom Butler, Chairman Rick Figueroa.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Outstanding. I'll take a motion to excuse Dr. Callis. Second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Hall, welcome to the jungle. Good to have you. Want to officially welcome you. Commissioner Hall is an entrepreneur, brings valuable experience to West Texas perspective to his work. Her appointment begins a new chapter in the commission. We look forward to your ideas, insight, and leadership as you continue to serve the state. We want to thank you for serving. The paychecks in the mail, as they've been telling me for 10 years. So good luck on that one. And on behalf of the commission and the entire TDLR team, I'd like to welcome you. So thank you for coming. Okay, we're going to go to item D, Commissioners, public comment. We have 0 written comments, correct? Okay, we have 0 written comments. If there's anyone here waiting to address the commission on a matter that is not on the agenda, you are here for just contested cases. We'll hear you in your order. We want to make sure that you have 3 minutes. We want to say thank you for being here. Please state your name, who you represent. Please understand the commission is not allowed to ask questions or engage in a discussion with you about anything that is not specifically on the agenda. Please also understand that the commission cannot hear any information about a pending complaint or enforcement case because we may ultimately be the decision makers on the case. Okay, so Deanna, first.
Our first public commenter is Nancy Crowther.
Hey, John, will you move the chair for her? Chair, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Nancy. Do
Thank
you
you.
understand the instructions I read earlier?
Pardon me?
Do you understand the instructions I read earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and go. You have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Crowther. I've been a resident of Austin forever, and I'm also a South Austin resident and pedestrian. I have a situation. It's not just personal, it's for our whole community of persons with disabilities and senior citizens, that at a 40-year-old strip mall, we're having, albeit they have access, the traffic within that area is getting dangerous. So now we have a safety / access problem, meaning that if you're trying to cross the parking lot to get to a ramp on the property, you can get run over. I've almost gotten run over, backed into twice trying to get to a ramp. We've been working with the owners. They have pretty much acknowledged the issue, and we've worked with TDLR, and it's still pending, but I wanted to make sure that you understood that as not only people with disabilities and senior citizens get older, drivers get worse, and they're not watching. So when you have to go behind a vehicle, it's very scary out there. So we've recommended some alternatives to safety, which are closer cutouts to the pedestrian way. We've got lots of pedestrians. We've got students. We're over by Crockett High School, if that tells you anything, and Dairy Queen, lots of traffic. But it is discouraging in the communication we've received by the staff and I want to say the hesitancy or decline in commitment by the owners to look beyond just the primary minimum guidelines and to notice that, yeah, it is a safety issue. And yes, we should do something. Don't we do things right? Even though it may cause you to have to go beyond the minimum standards? Well, our population of people with disabilities is going to grow if people keep getting hit by cars in that one parking lot. So my concern is to say safety and access is an important and necessary need. And I would like to see some more action being done in that area because I don't think people knew that we'd be pedestrians all our lives with the disability. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you understand the odds of becoming disabled is more of a reality for everybody than it is for staying able-bodied. I just want y'all to know you eventually are going to need that access. And the more safe from public transit and the more safe from having cars back over you is the best.
Thank you, ma'am. We
Thank
appreciate your
you.
time, effort. All right, Dan?
Yes, next we'll have Kathy Cranston.
And the rules, Ms. Cranston?
I do. So I won't use any names or anything. My name is, other than myself, my name is Kathy Cranston, and I represent myself. I'm a resident in the same area that Nancy was talking about. My husband and I have lived there for almost 40 years, and we have utilized that strip mall since almost its inception. Our child has grown up in that area, and we have seen it change, and the needs and populations of the community has changed there. There's that Dairy Queen. There's also an apartment complex. I've witnessed many a time older people as well as parents with their children in their strollers crossing the street there from Stasny, across Stasny and not at the light, and especially older people, they cross at that area because it's the quickest and that's what they're able to do. And that was why we brought this issue forward here, because it's just really, it's accidents waiting to happen. I've watched people step off of the curb on that property to step down with their walkers, almost falling, and whether I was driving or walking to the place of businesses. And we actually want to be proactive and prevent things from happening, not just for the owners, but for the community, because it's actually a thriving community and people do business there. And truly, there were commitments made by the owners, and I'm trying not to get into all the specifics, but there were verbal commitments that were made, and they were not fulfilled. And so we trusted. There was trust, and so that didn't work. And so here we are trying to plead with y'all that we need to do the right thing as a community. And sometimes, as Nancy was saying, we need to go beyond what the rule of law is because it's the right thing to do. And so that's all I have to say. I can't add any more than what she said. And so please, whatever you can do as board members, look at that property, help us out here. It's not just us. We're just representatives of the community, whether it's people with disabilities or family members that have children or people that are disabled for a moment or people that are going to be disabled. So we need your help.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Courtney, can you make sure somebody follows up with them? Thank you, ladies. Appreciate you.
Next, we have Brian House.
Good morning, Mr. House.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, I just want to ask you when you get done, we'll give you 30 minutes for sure, but I don't know if you want to join it, but you need to make sure you fill out a form.
I'm just going to sit here with Mr. House.
Oh, you're just going to support him?
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice of you. All right. Mr. House, floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commission. And first of all, just want to say thank you so much for the warm welcome to the state of Texas and the city of Austin yesterday for the Foster Train and Trade meeting that we had. Just very excited to be here. I'm representing Mycolt Enterprises, and I'm going to just say the electrical industry at large. Very excited that the state of Texas has decided to find a way for foster children that don't have the opportunity to get educated and join the trades to become educated and join the trades and receive support from the commission and from TDLR. Something's very near and dear to my heart. My wife is sitting behind me, but we were foster parents. We had over 30 foster boys over the course of some time, and a few of them have actually quite successfully entered the trades and their lives were changed. They went from being incarcerated and involved in a lot of crimes to a successful life, purchasing homes, cars, supporting families. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you to the state of Texas. You have 9,000 foster kids, and I am sure there are a lot of those that would qualify to join the trades and be productive members of society instead of becoming cast-offs. They don't have functioning families. And it breaks my heart to see that. I have 4 children of my own. And when I think about my foster boys specifically, it breaks my heart every single time to know that they didn't have the opportunity that my kids had. A couple of comments. Number one, thank you for letting me participate. Number two, I am just excited to, as a company and as an individual, to commit to the state of Texas that Mycolt Enterprises will provide what these kids need if they're interested in becoming in the electrical trade. And we had some great meetings yesterday. Chairman, thank you so much for organizing that. And actually, Alex, for inviting me. Alex is the one that kind of talked with Rick and invited me, and I appreciate that. But we want to get some online training for these kids. We want to get some programs set up where maybe they have some opportunities to work, even maybe as young as 16 years old as an apprentice. And I think that the opportunity that those children will have and that we will have to serve them is going to change the future of this state. It's going to reduce the number of quality young people that are incarcerated. And we're going to start with electrical, but it's going to expand because there's a lot of other trades. I'm an electrician, 3rd generation electrical contractor. I'm an electrical educator and an author, but there's carpenters and plumbers. And I think we have some connections with the Carpenters Union.
They're supporting the endeavor.
So it's just exciting. So I just really only here to say thank you so much for the opportunity. I am so excited about the future of this group and just being able to participate and help carry this forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is just to bring out, we're working really hard to make this a zero cost to government, right? And getting corporate America to step up and fund where they can, private individuals, and allowing government to just clear the road so that we can be successful in this venture.
Gentlemen, my thank you can't be big enough, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Any others, Dan?
John McCamish.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I wanted to speak to you regarding the agenda item L. My name is John McCamish. I'm a master electrician and I live in Flint, Texas, and I'm a codes and standards specialist for Eaton. I'm here to speak regarding the proposed amendment to section 73.100 in the electrician's program. I served on the code making panel that initiated the code language at the national level into section 210.8F. The National Electrical Code question, that is the point that is in question in this amendment. Starting in September of 2026, NEC will require listed HVAC units serving dwelling units to have GFCI protection. Newer HVAC technologies they have energy saving technologies that, such as variable speed drives, that have been an issue for some GFCI devices. Along, though, with the coming new requirement, new high-frequency GFC technology will be on the market in September and that are compatible with the newer HVAC equipment. As you can see, I have one of these today. One of the concerns that have been brought up is if there's going to be a price premium for these. No. We have no plans on changing the prices. They will be the same. For the company that I work for, all of our GFCI devices are going to be this new kind of high frequency or HF GFCI. So that was one of the concerns that was addressed. And another concern is market availability. That concern was also addressed during the advisory board meeting. However, it was proposed rather than to do away with this safety requirement entirely, one of the proposals that was brought forth to the advisory committee was to simply postpone and periodically check for availability of these devices on the market. And that the proposal was to do that every 6 months. And once available, then the 2026 requirement would be considered into coming into play. Believe me, as a resident of Texas, I understand the need for air conditioning and in our homes, while at the same time, I'm a proponent for electrical safety and improving electrical safety for Texas residents. The proposal of the 6-month evaluation is a reasonable approach, affording the improvement in safety without waiting 3 more years until the next National Electrical Code is adopted. Of course, I'll answer I know now is not the time to answer any questions, but I'll be available to answer questions at a later time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Deanna?
Next, we have Francis Blake.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm also here today to testify in support of item L on the agenda. My name is Frances Blake. I'm General Counsel with the Texas Association of Builders. The Texas Association of Builders has nearly 10,000 members in all areas, from land development to nailing the final shingle in your roof. These are TABS members across the state of Texas. As you just previously heard, this has been an issue, this what we call nuisance tripping, but it really is more than a nuisance, because the tripping in the outdoor GFCI can go undetected. And so it is a health safety issue, especially in the summer and the winter when it becomes very hot or warm or cold outside. So the Texas Association of Builders supports this agenda item with the limited exception. And just to say, it has been going on for several years where it's just the 6-month kind of exception to the rule. So we really appreciate this commission and your staff coming together and listening to stakeholder input to have this problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Appreciate your time.
And finally, we have Steve Bresnan.
Good morning, Mr. Bresnan.
Good morning.
Good to see you, sir.
Appreciate y'all giving me just a couple of minutes, and that's about all I'll take. I'm Steve Breslin. I'm here on behalf of the Bingo Interest Group. First thing I want to say is when I left the controller's office at the end of 1990, working for then Controller Bob Bullock, I thought we had the best state agency by far in Texas. In the 30 years since I've been on the street, outside the Lieutenant Governor's office, where I was fortunate to work for Lieutenant Governor Bullock, I have never seen an agency that has better internal communication. When you talk to somebody, you know what they're talking about. They know what you're talking about because they've heard it from the other people that you've talked to it about in the agency. It's an extraordinary thing to represent a regulated community and be able to talk to people who've been talking to each other, so you're not repeating your story every time. And I just, it's a well-oiled machine. It's a hard culture to create to begin with, and a harder thing to sustain over a long period of time. I congratulate you all on doing that. We've gotten past the point of we're all getting to know each other a little bit. We've rolled up our sleeves now. We're doing some grunt work down in the weeds. And it's so much more important to be able to talk to people when they say, yes, I'm aware of what you're talking about, because they're communicating inside the agency with each other. So I congratulate you on achieving that. Ms. Arbor, really appreciate that leadership from the top, Chairman Figueroa. It's a pleasure. Let me just say that. On a little bit more substantive matters, the agency notified, I'll put it in a polite way, people in the bingo world that there are some things you can't do with illegal gaming associated with your bingo hall. We appreciate you doing that. It's been an ongoing problem in charitable bingo. Just so you'll know what we've done to support that, all of the major groups notified their members in a correspondence that we shared with the agency that there are things you can do and things you can't do, and that we will not support people breaking the law. We've taken particular note of Senator Hall's concerns in this area. I've worked closely with his office over the years, and we've asked some of the distributors to put the word out too. We've offered to hook people up with lawyers if they have any idea what they're doing is against the law. And so we support the agency's effort in that regard. I just wanted you to know we were doing that. And lastly, I want to mention about the LAR. I'm a little behind the curve on that. I don't know the details of where you stand on that right now. But I will say this, for many years now, we have supported improved financing for the enforcement of the laws related to charitable bingo, in particular the audit function. You've never had enough auditors. You haven't paid them enough. The state has not paid them enough to get the kind of people that you need to audit a complex cash business and to retain those people once you've got them. So we will be at the legislature supporting more and adequate funding for the agency and its enforcement abilities, and in particular in the audit area. We've been working some on some audit-related issues, and I've become concerned of, as I've expressed to Ms. Arbor and others, that.
Versus time.
Yes. We got about 5 more seconds.
Okay. Well, we're down in the weeds working on it. And so thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you around the Capitol building when the time comes.
Thank you for your effort, Mr. President.
Yes,
Appreciate you.
You bet.
Dan, is that it? That's it. Okay. Commissioners, we're going to move the agenda item R before executive session. Ms. Robinson? And I would ask you, commissioners, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce our interns, and then if y'all would stand, we're going to do a picture, and then I'll dismiss this into executive session.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Maria Lisa Robertson with the Office of Organizational Excellence, and I am here to introduce our summer interns. This summer, TDLR once again partnered with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's TexWorks program and welcomed 10 interns across the agency. As a cohort, they have been engaged in projects that support their division and our agency's operational goals and offer them the opportunity to participate in challenging real-world work experience. Our interns are Abby Gassman with Human Resources and Organization Support, Diego Aguilar Colomo with the Office of the Controller, Accounts Payable. Reese Longbine, Government Relations. Tanner Ludwig, Charitable Bingo Operations. Aisha Al-Azawi, Charitable Bingo Operations. Bailey Bilbo, Education and Examination. Abigail Gonzalez, Compliance, Health and Wellness. Hunter Dyack, Field Inspections, Combative Sports. Ava Allen, General Counsel, Law Clerk. And Fatima Hassan, who supported the Compliance Architectural Barriers team. The intern support team, Pam Wood, Kimberly Riley, Deborah Chapaluna, Ernest Evans, and Andre Barcan, assisted with the application and onboarding process, coordinating with supervisors and mentors, and planning professional development sessions for our interns. We would like to extend our thanks to the mentors, divisions, professional development presenters, and executive team for their support and investment in our interns, and we look forward to our interns' continued success in the future. Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, the commission's never looked so young, has it? Right, never now. So thank you again. Interns, just stand right there. We're going to stand behind you and get a photo. Stand up, bud. Oh, you want to? We did put the gap there. I'll set it up after it's a good idea. After you say it, we dismiss. Can we get a step stool? Okay, interns, do me a favor. We're gonna go to executive session. If y'all just stand by that door, and I want the commissioners to be able to shake your hand. So if you stand over there, it'd be great. Okay. Check your pockets after the commissioner shakes your hand. All right. Get my glasses. Commissioners, we're going to go to executive session. When I go to executive session, consult with our attorney under section 551.071 subsection 1, 551.071 subsection 2, and 551.074 of the government code. Time is 9:02. After the executive session, we'll take a break and come back here. And Deanna, what do you think? 30? So we'll go at 9:40. We'll come back here and pick up on any action items from executive session and then begin their contested cases. All right? Thanks. 10:11. We're going to be back from executive session. We had no items needed on from executive session. Commissioners, we're going to go to item G, the minutes. We have 2 minutes of March 24th and May 20th for approval. I'll take a motion.
So moved.
There's all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going to go to item U for the audit. I know that one of the auditors is going to have commitment of a judicial commitment, so we're going to do that. Brandy? Any comment? Okay. All right, Brandy, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Before we
Take
get,
your mic, Brandy. I'm not sure it's on.
is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
He
Before
heard
we
you
get
just fine. I think that was the problem. He didn't want to hear you, Brandy.
Before we get started, Commissioner Butler, I'm going to turn it over to you to discuss our work group meeting before we get into this part.
Thank you so much, Chairman, with your indulgence. On July 9th, the audit work group met and the staff and representatives of the 2 audit firms, Weaver and Tidwell, which audited licensing and regulation, and McConnell Jones, which audited lottery and bingo. Each auditor went over their audit activities for the fiscal year, any follow-up activities from prior year audits in their annual internal audit reports and drafts. Agency staff provided their quarterly audit update and associated materials to the audit work group as discussed. Internal audits conducted this fiscal year will be included in the audit updates to be provided next quarter. Staff have provided a table included in the materials, which lists the various audits and studies required of the agency, the frequency with which each occurs, and the status of ones occurring this fiscal year. The fiscal years in which each is scheduled to occur over the next several years as well. Brandy?
Thank you. Again, good morning. For the record, Brandy Myers, Chief Financial Officer. Joining us today, we have Dan Graves from Weaver and Tidwell, which audited the licensing and regulation, and Liz Myers from McConnell Jones, along with Darlene Brown from McConnell Jones, which audited lottery and bingo, to present their respective audit reports for internal audit services performed in the fiscal year 2026. You will notice on the agenda that this item has 3 components to it. The first 2 reports for licensing and regulation and the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners will be covered by Mr. Graves, and then the report relating to lottery and charitable bingo will be covered by Ms. Myers with assistance from Ms. Brown if any questions are needed. Once they are finished with their presentations and you've had the opportunity to ask any questions you may have, we will ask for a motion and a vote. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Graves.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. Dan Graves with Weaver and Tidwell. For you today, I have 6 reports to give you an overview as a full commission. Those do cover, as Brandy said, the TDLR and the vet board activities for internal audit. The first report I have for you is over interdivisional position alignment. The report rating on this was strong. We took an advisory approach to this, really looking for positions within TDLR that had any kind of overlap or duplicative efforts or where efforts could be reorganized. We did have 2 issues that we brought to the management's attention, but we did overall issue a total report rating of strong. Just as a quick reminder, we have strong, satisfactory, and unsatisfactory, so it received a top rating from us. We did discuss those 2 issues with management. They agreed and are anticipating putting in plans to address any kind of overlaps that we identified. The next report was our other internal audit for TDLR, which was our internal audit report over open records and data privacy. This really centered around looking at the timely response to open records requests, as well as ensuring that no data that should remain private gets released into those out into the public as part of those records requests. We had no findings in this report and therefore did issue a strong rating on it as well. So that's a very positive outcome from our audit procedures here. The remaining three we had for TDLR were follow-ups. One we had over business continuity and resource planning. So our prior year audit, we had 12 observations related to the DRBCP plan or the continuing operations plan. Those 12 observations centered around content additions and or revisions to the COOP. We did our follow-up. 10 of those have been remediated. One was partially remediated with complete remediation anticipated to be complete by April of 2027. And then one was not remediated. However, that is anticipated to be completely remediated by December of 2026. Management included updated responses for those in that report. We did issue a strong rating for this as well based on our follow-up procedures. The other was our IT services follow-up. Due to the fact that it has some sensitive IT considerations in there, I'm not going to go over a lot in that report. However, I will give you a status of the 4 items we did identify. 2 of those were still in remediation. However, we did get documentation after we issued the report that there is documentation to support that those activities have occurred. We did not audit that because we'd already released the report and finished our audit procedures, but management did provide that to us after the fact. And so when there's follow-up procedures performed next year, that those should be completely remediated would be my expectation. The next 2 reports I'd like to go over with you are the 2 that we did for Vet Board. The first one was the report over Administrative Procedures Act and the compliance around the Administrative Procedures Act. We had no findings in those and issued a strong rating. We did have an observation that we presented to management separately, but it was not a finding to be included in the report. And so for that, there's another positive outcome for Vet Board there. And then we had 1 follow-up procedure to complete over our prior year procedures over all the significant processes. There was 1 finding around budget standard operating procedures, and it has been remediated. So those are the 5 internal audit reports for TDLR and the Vet Board. The last report I have for you is our annual audit report. And so as a reminder, this is a requirement of the Texas Internal Audit Act. The contents of this report are prescribed to us by the state auditor's office. This is a draft report for you. This was compiled based off the fiscal year 2025 instructions. The annual instructions don't come out from the SAO until the first week of August. And so if there are any changes or when that guidance comes out, if there are changes that are required for your report, we will have to bring back to you a new one, but we're asking for provisional approval of this report. If there are no findings, we'll just go ahead if there are no changes, we will just file this on your behalf as we've done every year. The 7 sections of this are pretty prescriptive. The first is a statement of compliance about posting reports to your website. The second's a status of the internal audit plan, of which was all audit and audit reports were completed. Section 3 is a disclosure of any consulting services. 4 is a disclosure of any external audit services. 5 is our peer review. The last 2 sentences of that report are probably the most of interest to you, which is our rating, and we received the highest rating of pass in our peer review. Section 6 is the disclosure of the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2027. As the agency had undergone an open RFP this year for internal audit services, Weaver was not selected or is not the apparent successor. I know there's still contracting going on in that. And so it was our recommendation to management was to let the new internal auditor develop their own internal audit plan. And so there's a disclosure in there that they will be doing that. And when they compile that, they will need to submit that to the state auditor's office, the LBB, and the governor's office in compliance with the Texas Internal Audit Act. But as a professional courtesy, that's how I would have wanted it to be handled. And so that's how I've recommended it to be handled to management. And they concurred. And then section 7 is disclosure on how the agency handles fraud, waste, and abuse.
Okay.
With that, are there any questions for me on the TDLR audit activities?
Chair, I do have
Yes, sir.
questions.
Mr. Dr. Strong.
Ms. Myers, I think on the information technology, there is something, Chief Information Security Officer, responsible party. It's not been remediated. I believe that you all have a review complete by July 15, 2026. That's what it says. What's the status on that? Are we in compliance or as of today, or it's still being looked for?
Commissioner, that is the item that was completed after the report was submitted or completed by Weaver and Tidwell. So that activity is complete.
Okay, so finding number 13 is complete.
Yes, sir.
There is one more, I think, on the disaster recovery, right there. It says not remediated. What's the rationale of not being remediated right there? Scheduled to be in December 26, business impact analysis.
That is the business impact analysis. Again, due to security considerations, I don't want to go too deep into that in an open session, but that was something that is a deep analysis that has to be compiled as part of a COOP, and that was still in process as we had performed our procedures, so it hadn't been completed yet.
So it will be complete in December, fair enough?
Yes, sir. It should be completed by the estimated completion date within the report.
There's one more, I think, on the education stuff. It kind of says that April 27 on the transcripts and all that. What's the reason why we have to hunt for about 9 months? Is there any other reason that we can't accelerate and get to the end of this year on the licensing and examinations? You know,
So the reason for that is that there is a tabletop exercise that needs to be completed in order to get that one fully remediated. The training has been done, but we still have to do the exercise in order to get that one fully remediated, and it's in plans to be done by the completion date.
is there anything?
That was
you
the
all-
management response.
Is there anything need to push it a little bit earlier than 9-month timeframe?
We could get with the responsible party on that and see if we could accomplish it any sooner.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Myers, the other Ms. Myers.
That's right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Liz Myers. I'm a partner with McConnell Jones, and I'm pleased to present our fiscal year annual internal audit report. Much as Dan stated, since our internal contracts has been ended before the state auditor's office issues its annual report instructions, we will be submitting the annual internal audit report to them now. And if there are any changes that require additional information, we will provide that update version to TDLR. So during this timeframe, we have completed for FY26 in our internal audit plan that was approved by the commissioners. We completed 6 audits that I'm going to review with you now. I will briefly walk through each audit included in the plan, summarize the risk ratings, and highlight any findings, recommendations, or improvement opportunities that require the commissioner's attention. When conducting audits, we apply the following definitions. First, a finding is an internal control weakness or noncompliance with a required policy, law, or regulation. An improvement for opportunity as an area where the internal control process is effective as designed but could be enhanced. An inherent risk is the business risk associated with the respective function or process if internal controls were not in place or were not effective, basically what could go wrong. And then a residual risk is internal audit's ranking of the remaining risk or likelihood of a negative event occurring with the internal controls and processes in place. The first audit in the annual report is sales tracking and reporting. In this audit, we focused on data integrity, system interfaces, key activities and deadlines, as well as responsibility. We rated the inherent risk as high and the residual risk as low. Based on the procedures performed, we identified no significant deficiencies or improvement opportunities. Management's activities for sales tracking and reporting are designed to support complete, accurate, timely, and transparent reporting of lottery sales information, and those activities are operating effectively. TDLR also has established processes, procedures, and systems that support fiscal accountability and reliable financial reporting to the state of Texas. The next audit was the governance structure, staffing, and responsibilities for Texas Lottery and charitable bingo operations. The focus of this audit was governance structure, administrative rule updates, governance and oversight integration status, roles and responsibilities, and cost allocation methodology and process. We rated the inherent risk as high and the residual risk as medium. At the time of the audit fieldwork, from January through March 2026, governance practices were still in transition. Some policies, procedures, and back office activities related to the integration had not yet been fully formalized or consistently applied. From an audit perspective, this was inspected because the agency was only 5 months into the transition. The governance model TDLR is building appears scalable from similar future transitions. TDLR has established core governance structures to support the integration of licensing and regulation, LNR, as well as lottery and charitable bingo operations, also known as LOBO, under SB 3070, including documented delegations of authority, defined reporting lines, and executive level oversight. These mechanisms provide a foundation for accountability and continuity of operations. Staffing and responsibility structures support operational stability by clearly assigning roles, maintaining segregation of duties, and providing management oversight across operational and administrative functions. TDLR made a conscious decision not to change lottery and bingo operations, but did make necessary changes to the organization structure to provide the necessary oversight and monitoring. TDLR also centralized all administrative functions such as information technology management, accounting, procurement, legal, and human resources. The primary audit concern is that administrative rules addressing mandates from the 89th Texas Legislature regular session had been drafted but had not yet been approved and adopted. These rules include requirements related to couriers, internet sales, sales to minors, and the $100 ticket count or sales limit. From a controls perspective, TDLR implemented software changes to limit sales to $100 per transaction and communicated the requirements to the public and retailers through multiple activities. Management agreed with the recommendation to take measures to assure the 89th Texas Legislature regular session mandates are codified in the administrative rules as quickly as the public comment period allows. The third audit is the legislative mandate and sunset recommendation implementation. The focus of this audit was implementation status of applicable legislative changes and implementation status of enacted sunset recommendations. We rated the inherent risk as high and the residual risk as low. Based on the procedures performed, no significant deficiencies or opportunities for improvement were identified. TDLR has established processes to support the integration of licensing and regulation, as well as lottery and charitable bingo operations under SB 3070 and the Sunset Commission recommendations. This process includes defined reporting lines, identification of statutory changes, an implementation plan, and timely communication to management and staff. Together, these processes support TDLR's statutory responsibilities for lottery and charitable bingo operations. The fourth audit is the rulemaking process. The focus of this audit was rule identification, rule review, rule update process, including posting for public comments. We rated inherent risk as high, residual risk as low. Based on the procedures performed, no significant deficiencies or opportunities for improvement were identified. TDLR has effective management oversight of the rulemaking process through established reporting lines and responsibility identification. Fifth audit is retailer compliance and monitoring. We rated inherent risk as high, residual risk as low. We had no findings and no recommendations. However, we identified opportunities to strengthen existing controls and processes. Overall, we found the design of the agency's management of monitoring and enforcement controls to be generally effective. Compliance activity monitoring process, or also known as CAMP, information system processes are shared effectively across multiple divisions to ensure complaints are tracked, investigated, and resolved in accordance with established procedures. Testing performed over CAMP case processing activities included that key controls related to complaint intake, case routing, investigation, and disposition were operating effectively and supported by documented procedures. The improvement opportunities relate to limitations in CAMP. Complaint data within the CAMP system is not readily extractable for reporting and analysis purposes by the end user. Users are unable to directly generate structured data sets and must instead request data extracts from IT. In some cases, system-generated outputs are limited to PDF formats, which are not conducive to analysis. Case type and subtype fields in CAMP systems are not being fully utilized when logging or processing complaints. There were 3 open and error cases identified while sampling complaint cases. Procedures state a notification is sent from CAMP to enforcement telling them the case was closed by Operations Division. However, this is not occurring. And supporting documentation of the complaints case review was not available due to emails from a prior retail services manager no longer being accessible. While reviews may have been performed, the absences of retained evidence limits verification that the review is completed. The final audit is the retailer incentive and bonus programs. The focus of this audit was, they were retailer incentive program changes and retailer bonus program processes. We rated inherent risk as high, residual risk as low. Overall, we found the design of the agency's management controls to be generally effective. We had no findings and therefore no recommendations. We noted opportunities were the internal controls, We noted opportunities where the internal controls of processes were effective as designed but could be enhanced. These are establish a consistent schedule for documenting and updating program notes for incentive programs, update the winning ticket system, or WTS, automated bonus notification email parameters to include email notifications to external recipients, or revise the lottery operations procedures bonus payments to not include this as part of the process. And then update the lottery operating procedure bonus payments to reflect current practices related to draw game specialist email notifications to lottery operator for corporate retailer contact information. We also completed quarterly network access testing to determine if individuals with access to the Lobo network were authorized. We found no instances of unauthorized network access. Internal audit did not provide any consulting or non-audit services to TDLR in FY26. Thank you for the opportunity to provide internal audit services for this fiscal year of 2026. And that concludes our audit report. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Myers, what's the status of the rulemaking? It says draft, did it go through, or what's the time frame we're looking in?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, which rulemaking are you talking about?
I think in the draft, in the report, it said there were some rulemaking. It was in the draft stage. Has that been brought up, or the notification to the public, or what's the status in those?
He's talking about.
I can answer based on our conversation. These are the ones related to the legislative ones.
Okay, Courtney Arbor, Executive Director. I think you're talking about the rules to fully implement Senate Bill 3070 that were mentioned in the audit report at the October meeting. You'll take those up. Those were the requirements that were defined in law that the legislature asked us to implement. In policy, they were implemented immediately. All of those things are already operable in the state, but in October, you'll see the rules and have opportunity to vote on them.
So, okay, October. And then the rest of the improvements, whatever they've been suggesting, I didn't see anything with respect to, do you all agree that those opportunities for improvements, what's the status on those? Are we doing something follow-up to keep us informed that whatever has been outlined by the auditors that, complaint data system with CAMP, so on and so forth, what's the status on those? Are we going to be implementing those, or thank you very much, or what's the process?
Sure, Commissioner Joshua. So we have an audit tracking tool that we have developed, and we track all audit findings and opportunities for improvement. And quarterly, we check in with the responsible parties for those items and see where they're at. So they are making updates, and as those updates and changes and implementations as a result of the audit are put in place, those are reported back to the commission work group and then also in the commission materials that you have. All of the tracking tools are there, so you can see as we're going through the process what's being implemented.
So you're telling me that this information is in the material right there, or it will be in the material for future?
It will be in the material for future because the things that are in the material right now on the audit tracking tool are for items that have been closed and completed. So moving forward at our next meeting, the audit tracking tool will reflect the findings and opportunities for improvement that were brought forth to you today.
I'm pretty sure you have the tool right there. What's the time frame are we looking for that? That same May or I'm sorry, April 27 or something, December? Is there a time frame that's going to be shown on the tool for us?
Yes, we will show on the audit tracking tool what the finding is, what the responsible party is, or who the responsible party is, and what the estimated completion date that was given to us by that manager or director. And we will continue to follow those and update you in the tracking tool with that. So you'll be able to see all of that as it goes through the process.
See, the earlier audit basically showed the responsible party and the time frame, what it is, but this one doesn't show. So that's where my line of questioning is coming in right there. You all may have something, but we don't know right there. Is it implementing or do you disagree? I have no clue. It would be better to know on this one that who is the responsible party and what's the time frame.
Absolutely. I can follow up with that information that is in this report.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Ms. Myers, over time, we kind of forget things and things fall off, but about 3 years ago, we decided to send out audit information to all the commissioners so that they could be aware of where we are at any point in time. And it's probably my responsibility that we've forgotten to do that because I'm chair of audit and finance. So if we could, let's start doing that again so that they're aware where we are at any given point in time with regard to any audit of any function within the agency or LOBO. Could we continue to do that?
Yes, sir. That has been in the, this year, that has been, the audit tracking tool has been a part of all the commissioners' materials for each meeting, and we will maintain that distribution of information.
Just like the baseline budget that you sent out the other day, those sort of things are helpful. That way everybody's operating off the same sheet of music.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate all the work that y'all have done. This is not an easy task. And it's a laborious task. And I appreciate you being so forthcoming with all the information to the auditors. So please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any findings? Typically, those resolutions happen in a timely manner. We'll make sure those are complete, and they'll check on them as well. Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? I'm sorry. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Can we have a motion to accept, please?
I'll take a motion. I'm sorry.
Sure. I move that we approve the annual internal audit reports provided by Weaver and Tidwell and McConnell Jones as presented, but with approval to make any non-substantive changes that could be necessary as a result of the State Auditor's Office release of the prescribed form and content for annual reports due to be released in August. And that's my motion.
Is there a second?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd just like to thank the staff of the TDLR.
Brandy, hang on a second.
Brandy, for what y'all do in this regard. I know y'all spend a tremendous amount of time doing that. Courtney, I want to thank you for dedicating the staff time and hours to do this. This is very hard work, and it's only grown in complexity with with Lobo. And so, but this is vital. This is the most important function that we do is watch over the billions of dollars that come in to this agency and make sure that it's administered correctly. And so we have to maintain the trust of Texans to do that. And this is how we do it. So it's hard work, but y'all are doing a great job of it. And thank you.
Excellent. I concur. Brandy, Commissioner, I'm going to bring item S since you're here. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and just do with item S for you here. Is that okay, Courtney? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Ms. Brandy.
Great. Before we get started, I'm going to also turn this over to Commissioner Butler.
Oh, goodness. Thank you. This is strategic planning LAR.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the strategic
Wait,
planning.
wait, wait. I'm sorry. We're S. This is S, Courtney.
By us being here, I think you wanted to take the item that is for strategic plan LAR. Is that, which agenda item is that?
That's V.
B.
B?
Would you like to move to V since,
She's here. Okay. All right, we'll do that. All right. All right, because I had both. Okay, so we'll go to item V then. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So this is strategic planning LAR, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. I
Got
apologize.
that. No, no, it's not. We're all trying to do our best. Mr. Chair, the Strategic Planning Commission Work Group met on July 23rd, 2026. The staff discussed the LAR instruction and appropriation limits for the biennium, which include a 3% budget reduction to base appropriation requests for all agencies, with certain exceptions. One exception was the baseline budget reduction to the Foundation School Fund, which the state lottery, the Texas lottery contributes. And as such, the lottery portion of the TDLR's budget will not be reduced by the 3%. Staff also went over the agency's base appropriation limits, as well as the exceptional item request the agency requests to submit for consideration. The sunset recommendation compliance were also discussed, and the necessary cybersecurity reinforcement, the statewide cost allocation plan, and the regulation of the residential solar retailer program, expansion and support of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, and a new draw game for the Texas Lottery. Ms. Myers, or
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Good morning again, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Brandy Myers, Chief Financial Officer. In your materials, you will have a one-page summary of everything that I'm going to go over that looks like this, and a copy of the policy letter that we received. The legislative appropriations request instructions were released on July 14th of 2026, and base limits were distributed on July 22nd. The policy letter from the governor, lieutenant governor, and Speaker of the House for the joint instructions contains two significant directives to state agencies that were new. The first of which Commissioner Butler mentioned, it was a 3% reduction to base appropriation requests with certain exceptions. One of those exceptions is the Foundation School Fund, again, funded by the Texas Lottery. So that said, the lottery portion of TDLR's budget is not reduced by the 3%. The 3% reduction does equate to $4,011,000 or $11,692 over the biennium for the agency, and we have been able to realize almost all of that reduction by eliminating duplicative positions because of the transition of lottery and bingo to TDLR, discontinuing and reduced usage of contracts, and reductions to our travel budget. The Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, or FCIC, was also impacted by the cut, with their portion of the 4 million equaling $572,900. The total reduced base budget for GR and general revenue dedicated funds for the 28-29 biennium is $787,775,528, with an all funds estimated total of $804 million, $804,170,241. The second new directive given in the policy letter indicates that agencies should be prepared to identify savings to help offset the increased costs of requested exceptional items. We do have 6 exceptional items we'll be requesting that will total $157,194,421 and 2 FTEs. The first item is funding structure changes in compliance as a result of a sunset recommendation relating to lottery and bingo. During the last review of the Texas Lottery Commission, it was recommended for TLC's budget pattern to remove central administration from Goal A, which was the lottery, and create a new goal for indirect administration for the entire agency, funded proportionally for bingo and lottery through the lottery dedicated account and general revenue. This change would allow the agency to fully comply with the fiscal requirements of the State Lottery Act. Through the strategic planning budget structure changes, the recommendation of moving central admin into indirect administration was accomplished. A new goal was not needed as the strategy is being included in TDLR's existing indirect administration goal. To accomplish the second part of the sunset recommendation of proportionally funding bingo and complying with the requirements of the State Lottery Act, we are requesting $7,562,482 in general revenue for the bingo program. If this item is adopted, there will be a corresponding reduction in lottery operations of the same amount since the operational costs will be allocated appropriately across programs. The second exceptional item is for necessary cybersecurity reinforcement. We are requesting $772,000 to maintain our strong technology infrastructure. Included in this item are funds for an enterprise government risk and compliance platform, network hardware refresh, expanded cloud system zero trust access platform, and data governance program improvements. Next is a request for appropriation authority only relating to the statewide cost allocation plan impacting lottery operations. Certain state agencies provide accounting, computing, payroll, and other statewide support services on a centralized basis. Also included in that calculation is building depreciation. Each year, agencies are asked to allocate a portion of their statewide cost to the appropriate source of funds. Using the SWICAP and billing procedures prescribed by the governor's office, the Texas Comptroller bills agencies for a portion of the statewide costs allocated to them, and agencies are asked to reimburse the general revenue fund for those billed amounts. The allocation for 2025, which is paid out of fiscal 26 appropriations, equaled $1.6 million, which was an increase of over $1.1 million from the previous year, and we are anticipating an increase of each year of approximately 20%. Therefore, we are requesting $5,136,292 over the biennium to cover these increased costs. Along with the funding request, we'll be adding a rider indicating that funds appropriated for this purpose will only be used for the purposes of SWICAP, and should the allocation end up less than that, the funds would be lapsed. Our fourth exceptional item is $480,459 over the biennium for the regulation of the residential solar retail program. Senate Bill 1036 of last session created this program and assigned TDLR as the regulatory body over it. However, it was an unfunded mandate for the agency, and we are requesting funds to support the regulation of the program. This request includes 2 FTEs and funds to incorporate the program into our new licensing system, which is being developed. The next item is for the expansion and support of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, or FCIC. Their request is for $142,952,255, and the vast majority of this request is for a new headquarters facility. It also includes current lease space build-outs, 82 new positions, which are all Smith County employees. They are not TDLR FTEs, additional vehicles, equipment, computers, supplies, and a restoration of the 3% cut. Our final exceptional item is an appropriation authority only request to support the startup expenses of a new draw game. We're requesting $290,933 in authority in fiscal year 2029 for the new game machines, ball sets, equipment, and associated service contracts required. Revenue generated will be sufficient to cover the appropriation. So this brings our total request of base and exceptional items to $944,969,949 in general revenue and general revenue dedicated funds for the biennium, and an all funds estimated total of $961,364,662, with a total FTE count of 926. We want to give a special thanks to our LAR work group members, Chair Butler, Commissioner Draksharam, and Commissioner High for their partnership in developing TDLR's LAR for the 90th legislative session. I want to thank all the staff that have been involved in this, Tony Kuvion, Karen Berryman, Jeff Kopis, Alex Hammond, the whole list. If I missed your name, I apologize. Ms. Arbor, thank you for your support in making this happen. That concludes my remarks, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Commissioners?
You have, Chair. What's the FTE count today?
The FTE count today is 937.2.
No. How many are employed, currently employed?
Our head count.
Yeah, what?
I would have to ask HR if they have the up-to-date information. The last time I looked, we had 112 vacancies with 35 jobs posted.
Okay. So if I do my math, it's about 825 or 810 or something, somewhere like that. And this again goes back, Ms. Myers, we talked about it. We have two agencies coming together and typically like two corporations. I'm looking at the public perspective right there. And I understand there'll be duplication of the work right there. But we could do better by just saying, after a lot of discussions right there, typically the corporations, we can't do on the state as a layoff or something. We find something to do. That's a different aspect. But what I see is it's a little bit troubling right there. This agency is running 812 plus whatever it is, let's say 850 for argument purposes. It's running right there. I know there's a goofy math. Whatever it is, you need to have certain amount of money to run this agency. I get it. What I'm concerned is we got to let the policymakers, the lawmakers know this agency runs with 830 or 850, whatever the number, and this is the money we need. A equals to B equals to or something, that's not the right way of telling the truth to the Texans right there. If we need to ask for an exceptional item to manage our budgets, let's stick it in. But what's the true employee number? Is it 850 or whatever this agency needs? Let's put that one in and let them make a decision, whatever they want to do it. Because if we are not truthful in the numbers, because I know you all need certain amount to keep the lights going on in this building. So that may be the stuff, you know, this, I think I've been through the last cycle too, at the point two, labor, because, you know, the FTE count, that equates to certain dollar amount, okay? I think I would prefer, this is me, that if it requires 850, I would put 850. If there is some number that you need it to offset whatever it is, your math, stick it as an exceptional item, because till we get that figured out, I understand the scheduling or something, whatever it is, but let's be honest to them and let them make a decision of how they want to do it. Do they want to go this route where we'll never attain the 924? Will be about 850 or something, but you need the numbers Let's put the right numbers right there and let them make a decision. That's one. The second one is, the lottery is exempt from 3%. Why not? Why should we, why don't we do a 3% cut? Because it'll add more to the school funding or something. If there is some mechanism right there, let's look into that. Because end of the day, all the savings based on the letter, it goes back to the school or purposes of what they want to do it. If they exempt it, means we need to go beyond, because two agencies combined, I think we can do better savings. That's one. And in terms of the solar retailer program, the statute didn't give any FTEs. That's the understanding, correct?
We did not receive, it was an unfunded mandate. We did not receive any
That's
money
their
or
intent.
FTEs.
That's
Yeah.
their intent. We are a big agency right there. I think it's the same thing, goes back in the internal discussions we had. I would rather not put the two FTEs, because we can't even fill the slots what we have, and we are still adding numbers. I think, again, it goes back to being truthful on this sheet right there. I know you need 960 or whatever the money it is. FTE is not equal to that. Let them make a decision. Let them tell us.
Yeah. Any other comments? I appreciate your honesty and truthfulness. I think that the transition that we face is immense, and you would be foolish, I would say, is a foolish move to make assumptions without that full transition being in place. We are swallowing a big process, and the process is immense, and those full-time employees need to be strategic. We don't fill bodies just to fill bodies. We don't do that well, and I know we have a history of absorbing programs efficiently and effectively, right? No good deed goes unpunished, right? And that's why the legislature did. But I appreciate the comments that commissioners make, but we do what we do well because we do it methodically. And it's a lot of time, a lot of energy. And I know the full-time employees. So I appreciate the transparency in that. And I'm sure the state of Texas, in my opinion, appreciate that as well. So thank you for that overlay of understanding that transition needs to happen. It's going to take time. And as a recovering auditor who's done a lot of M&A work, it's a 5-year process. Any M&A is a 5-year process. And the first 2 are just reestablishing and constituting the new culture, the new process. So commend you guys on that. All right. Any other comments? All right. Do you need a motion or anything?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, before I make my motion, I'd also like to have just a brief moment to make a comment or two. Commissioner Droxaram mentioned truthfulness, and I want to commend the agency on the truthfulness that you displayed in our work group. Running an agency this size that has grown as much as we have is difficult work. To borrow your word, Mr. Chair, is methodical work. And it's not easy, and it's hard to compete in a free market for employees that we know. And so we sometimes need the flexibility and room. So I appreciate the 3% that you've been able to come up with. It would be wonderful if you could do more. That's I'm sure if you can, you will. I commend you for the job that you're doing, taking on Lobo. I can tell you there's tremendous pride and faith in this agency at the Capitol, or they wouldn't have given it to us. And I think y'all are doing great work in turning that agency around. So I commend you on the 3%. Look for more where you can. And I appreciate the transparency. I like to know where we're going and what's happening. That's all I ask for. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the LAR with any non-substantive changes that may be required. And that's my motion.
There's a second. Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. Sure. Vice Chair Butler,
Yes,
when
sir.
you said that non-substantial changes, what does it mean that whatever the numbers we have, are those going to stay put, or the language gets different?
I would think anything non-substantive would be an error in the language or an artful way of phrasing something. I'm not specifically talking about numbers or anything. What are you referring to, Commissioner Drogstrom?
So we talked about the numbers right there, okay? The two positions right there called unfunded mandate, which is a will of the ledge right there, okay? That I think, I would prefer to be 0. But again, going back, when we are not there, it will never be at the full force of 927. What is a true count we need? I'm not sure about that. And I understand that on the true count, there is an X amount of budget got to be added to keep the lights going, okay? How do we get to that if we vote on this one? Because that's what it is going to be. Last time, it's the same thing went by.
I think so. I find peace of mind in knowing that we've hit the 3% mark that the governor has requested of all agencies. I think once we've hit that mark, I think I can't speak for the agency, but I would think that they would appreciate the flexibility of today not having those employees in that program, but tomorrow there may be a necessity for it, depending on circumstances on the ground. And I can't conceive of all the permutations or possibilities that would require that, but it could be fraud. It could be something that pops up in the marketplace that the agency would need to address. And so without saying you cannot have those employees for that program because today you don't need them, I don't want to hamstring them tomorrow. So I think changing that in the motion would probably, in my mind, be a substantive change. And I wouldn't be comfortable with that because I don't know if the agency needs them in the morning.
Latitude. Okay. Any further discussion?
Well, fair enough. I think, they need flexibility. I'm for it. But I think, the true count, I never know what it is right there. Okay. And at the same time, we did the budget cut for, I think the statute, whatever it is, lottery. No, lottery is not there, it's TDLR. So everything is combined. So if it is combined, don't we need to, it's a division right there. It's reflecting a TDLR across the board cut of 3%. Okay, not necessarily pick and choose your component of only the licensing and regulation, but leave apart the lottery stuff right there, because if you do some cuts right there too, that's going to help what the governor wants to achieve right there, which is additional monies to do what they want to do.
Sure.
So that's what I was looking for.
That argument is not lost on me, right? When two agencies merge, if you have HR in each agency, you only need one, right? So they're duplicative
plus some
things that could be, and then there's some instances where you may need more, right? Only those working under the hood would know what needs to be enhanced and what needs to be constricted. And so, as long as we hit our goal of the 3%, I would defer to them and let them work on it, knowing that, and that's why discussions like this are healthy, because it lets them know what is the intent, what are they thinking, why are they thinking that. So we air those things out here, so they can say, well, don't you remember Commissioner Drogstrom was saying, where are those cost savings, right? And so they need to be looking forward to that. So I appreciate the comments. I think they're informative, both to me, to you, and the agency. So I think, the takeaway is they're going to be looking for cost reductions, knowing that Lobo does not have the 3% mandate. That doesn't mean we can't try to lower the cost and have more for the Children's Education Fund of Texas. That's an admirable thing, and I think they probably spend their days looking for that. And so,
So you expect, because that's going to be contingent upon me voting, because if we see some savings or something, I don't mind. But if it is, this is what it is, I'm stubborn sometimes.
I got you.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Motion's on the table. There's a second. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it, team. All right. Commissioners, we are going to go to item G. And I'm missing something, Courtney. Is that right? Courtney, is there anything on financially we need to address? Okay. Item G, contested cases. All right, Cornisa, are we ready? Okay. If you want to hear a parent in person for a contested case today, call you up when your case is announced. We'll hear from the prosecutor first, and we'll hear from you. You'll have opportunity to speak. To make sure you speak clearly, say your name and who you represent. Each side will have 5 minutes to speak, up to 3 minutes for rebuttal if needed. Please understand that the commission can only consider information that is in the record from when the case was heard at SOA. So you must limit your comments to those matters that are present at the SOA hearing, okay? So item 1 under subset H. Burns? Lee? Do I have a respondent for this? Okay, okay.
Would you please identify yourself?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nicole Burns. I'm a prosecutor with the Anti-Human Trafficking Division.
Okay, Ms. Burns.
This case against Lee Gao was presented to the State Office of Administrative Hearings on January 6, 2026. The administrative law judge found that Ms. Gao had committed violations of massage program rules or law and recommended the commission deny respondent's application for license. I ask that you uphold the decision and deny the application for entity 119-52868.
Okay. Commissioners, for you is the case of Ms. Gao. Are there any questions? Is there anybody here representing Ms. Gao? No? Okay, Commissioners, would anyone like to make a motion?
So move to adopt the PFD.
Is there a second? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries and the ayes have it. Okay. One more second to catch up, please. The next case before you is a case of respondent Tong Lam. Is anybody representing Tong Lam here? Are you the prosecutor on that case as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, something that dawned on me, PFD is a proposal for decision, and it's usually a recommendation made by the SOA judge. And so that's what PFD, I know we're throwing around some acronyms, and you're going to be old hat at this one day really soon because you're much smarter than the chair or myself.
It's not a high hurdle. I got it now. I got it. Don't get power. All right, you on item 2? Item 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tong Lam.
Ms. Burns, we don't have any respondent, correct? Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nicole Burns, and I'm a prosecutor with the Anti-Human Trafficking Division. On March 17th, 2026, the case against Tong Lam was presented to the State Office of Administrative Hearings. The administrative law judge found that Mr. Lam had committed violations of massage program rules or law and recommended the commission deny respondent's application for license. I ask that you uphold the decision and deny the application for entity 119-63751.
Okay. Any questions? I'll take a motion.
So move to adopt the PFD.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Burns. Item 3, Gina Lopez. Mr. Thielen, good to see you, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
Good to see you.
Security.
Do I need to read these instructions to you, Mr. Thielen?
No, thanks. They've written them.
All right. All right. Ms. Burns?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nicole Burns, and I'm a prosecutor with the Anti-Human Trafficking Division. The case concerning Gina Lopez was presented to the State Office of Administrative Hearings on January 5th, 2026. The administrative law judge found that the facts viewed individually were insufficient to establish that the respondent operated a sexually oriented business, or SOB, and recommended that you do not revoke respondent's license. Respectfully, we believe that conclusion was incorrect. We agree that no single fact standing alone necessarily proves the operation of an SOB, but the proper analysis requires reviewing the totality of the circumstances. Please look at findings of fact 2 and 4, exhibits 4 and 7 through 24. When these facts are viewed collectively, the picture they paint is clear. I would ask that you particularly look at exhibits 4, 13, and 17. The ALJ found the unused condom was out of place, but do condoms and lingerie have any place in a legitimate massage establishment? Sexually oriented businesses operating under the guise of licensed massage establishments undermine the integrity of the profession, threaten the public health and safety, and attempt to circumvent the regulatory framework that this commission is charged with enforcing. They have no business within our regulated industries. Accepting this PFD would send the message that this conduct is acceptable in the massage industry that TDLR has been entrusted to regulate. As such, I ask that you reject the proposal for decision as written. I ask that you find the respondent did operate a sexually oriented business and revoke the respondent's establishment license, ME 8976. Alternatively, I would ask that you remand the case back to SOA for further review under the appropriate totality of the circumstances analysis. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Burns? Okay, Mr. Thielen.
Trevor Thielen for the respondent, Gina Lopez. In this case, your task, commissioners, is very simple. The judge has already heard all of the evidence, listened to all of the witnesses, considered the law and all of that for months, and issued a recommendation that you find, because they found that this department did not meet its burden in this case. We're asking you to accept that PFD and approve it. Now, in most cases, you have more to consider than just whether the violation was proven or not. Most of the time, you're thinking about, well, what's the appropriate penalty we should apply? But in this particular case, TDLR chose to allege things so that they could determine whether revocation happened or not and take that issue off of the table. Their allegation that they had to prove was that my client was operating a sexually oriented business as that term is defined in the statutes. They didn't meet that burden. That burden is high for a reason because of the draconian nature of the consequences for that. So we have to look closely at the definition that they're trying to say applies to my client. Now, you look at that definition, it comes from the local government code. Why? Because there's zoning regulations for sexually oriented businesses. And normally when we're talking about those businesses, we're talking about adult movie theaters or places where they sell adult toys, things like that, are nowhere near this case. And the state TDLR understands that. The only part of the definition that they could possibly apply to any massage establishment would be proving that the primary business of a commercial enterprise was the selling of sexual services. That is a tough thing, in my opinion, to prove in almost any situation. But that's the allegation that was made and this whole case turns on. How would you investigate a case like that? Well, the first thing I think you would look at would be advertisements. And council has asked you to look at Exhibit 4. What she didn't mention was that Exhibit 4 was offered by TDLR, not for the truth of the matter asserted. And the judge made specific mention of that. The only thing you can consider is that a TDLR investigator looked at Exhibit 4 and then went to investigate. You can't use that as proof, as legal proof of their violation. And that's clear. And if you put your case on Exhibit 4 as your proof, I believe that's an appealable issue. So then what else would you look at to determine if something's a sexually oriented business? If the primary business is sexual services and the sale of those. Well, I think you would want to do some sort of audit of the services they've performed. There's nothing like that in this case. You'd want to interview the people at the establishment or customers or somebody to be able to talk about what happened at this establishment. There's none of that in this case either. The massage, the pictures you do have in the evidence show this to be a massage establishment. It looks like a lot of others that shows people getting massages on photos in the windows. They want to point to bedding and clothes in rooms inside of here and evidence that maybe there were people residing on the premises. And I understand that because this is the Anti-Human Trafficking Division, and that's what they focus on. But that's not the allegation they've made. The allegation they've made is that they think they can prove the primary business is the selling of sex. And the judge looked at that and said, yeah, there's food, there's clothing there, but there's no indication it's being used for anything in particular, and it could just be for personal use. And so finally, you would want to look at, okay, is law enforcement looking at this? Has the police come out? Have there been allegations that there's prostitution going on here? There's zero evidence of anything like that. There's no sting that was conducted at this location either, where an officer might pretend to be a customer and see if they try to sell him sexual services. There's none of that either. All of this case, in my opinion, is based off of the investigator finding in one drawer in a dresser an unopened condom in its wrapper. Now, obviously, anyone would prefer that there not be condoms anywhere near a massage establishment, but that one unopened condom is not sufficient evidence to prove that the primary business of this massage establishment was the selling of sexual services. There are perfectly legitimate, innocent reasons for why you might find that, especially if people are living there, if young females were living there, which they don't really have any evidence of that either. There was one person at this massage establishment the one time that they went out and that we talked about at the hearing. I'm asking you to approve the PFD as written because the state just simply couldn't carry its incredible burden to prove the allegations they chose to pursue in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Thielen. Questions, commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
A couple of questions of Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, I've been on the commission for a while. This seems like a novel theory to prosecute one of our cases under the sexually oriented business, which seems kind of narrow to me. Is this the first one that we've done from your recollection?
It is, Chairman, as you noticed, this case is different than prior cases that are usually before you. This case did proceed under the department's newly implemented SOB and OAV process. In these cases, we specifically identify businesses that are operating as sexually oriented businesses, and we pursue the license revocation because the commission is authorized to do that. We don't seek any monetary penalties or any other violations. We're just going after the required revocation.
So in my mind, it seems that we've closed somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 illicit massage parlors when we found some sort of evidence of sexual activity. And generally they have, maybe 5 to 10 women working there. And so that starts to become a lot of people, right? 350 to 700 women that may be involved in human trafficking, sex trafficking. So it's certainly of the public interest, right? And so I appreciate you attempting to go after some of the most egregious things that can happen to a person. And it may not have worked out, but putting all of that aside for a second, right? The horrible nature of these crimes, it's human slavery in another form, right? And the worst of the worst, I think, in many ways. Putting all of that aside for a second, I'm here for the TDLR, right? Not specifically a sex trafficking organization, but it's important. Can we take a step back and say, can we look at the totality of all the circumstances with which the code inspector or our enforcement officers went out and saw this and say, maybe the ALJ needs to take a look at this kind of in not such a narrow way, but look at everything that they encountered: locked doors, condoms, beds, foods, lingerie, and maybe, in not such a narrowly defined way, because this is a novel theory for us. But taking a step back, even somebody like me, I think can see what's happening there. So I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah. Okay. It is a bit of a dynamic in how we go through that, especially the collateral or circumstantial things that we're going to pursue. All right. Any questions?
Yes, Chair.
Yes,
Council
Commissioner
Thielen,
Doctorow.
I want to ask you a simple question. Okay. What is this massage parlor name?
SA Foot Massage, is my understanding.
Okay. If it's a foot massage,
That's how they advertise themselves.
okay. In a foot massage, are bedrooms needed or a chair needed? Chair is used in a foot massage or they put it in the bed?
I don't think the name is accurate to the full range of massage that they offer at the.
That's what I see right here.
establishment.
Gina Barron doing business as SA Foot Massage. So I'm just asking a question because this is probably unique. Sometimes we need to figure for the better of the society. I get it that you're fighting your client, but this is a foot massage. And typically the foot massages are you sit on a chair and you massage. But here you have a bedroom and the bedroom, I think, you lie flat and I guess they massage what it is. Okay. That's one thing. And in a foot massage, it's quite ironic that you have a bathroom, kitchen, and it says that back containing ribs, meat hanging from a hook. I think something is not adding up. If it's a massage tables or I don't know what they're doing, it's refrigerator, spices. Is that pretty normal to have all these kinds of stuff in a foot massage? What do you do? Have a ribeye and say, okay, this is where I massage? That's not a foot massage, right?
Would you like me to respond?
Please.
Okay.
You can educate me.
Massage establishments, especially the ones that I've encountered in the defense realm, are generally operated by first, second generation immigrants to this country, people that bring traditions and practices for food preparation, for what they like to eat with them here. And those don't always translate to going to the grocery store that's local. Sometimes if you want to get genuine Asian meal products, you got to drive across town, even in a town like Houston, to a tight Chinatown type of area. And it may make sense to buy a lot of that stuff to bring back, so you're not going back and forth across Houston traffic all of the time.
Council, I understand what it is. The Kroger bag is not a Chinese Asian market, okay? That's what it said in the material evidence right there, okay? It's a Kroger bag. So Kroger becoming an Asian, I'm an Asian, don't get me wrong, okay? I'm really looking at this containing meat hanging from a hook. Maybe it's a health hazard for whoever is going in the massage right there. What is that, the temperature, whatever it is, ribs. Okay, ribs. Okay, I'm learning new stuff right here that we got to talk the facts right there, having all the undergarments, shoes, because I guess it's a foot massage. You can have shoes right there if they forget about it. That's fair assessment. A nightstand and a desk. I can't believe that sometimes we got to be rational. The evidence is what it is right there. Maybe someone looks at different, but having a food and spices right there, that your argument that you got to go right across the town when it is pretty much shows to a Kroger. But if there is evidence right there that it is right across from a Chinese market or something, Asian market, I'm probably sure you can produce some receipts out right there, but that's not what it is showing right here. So Kroger bag containing ribs. And
Commissioner Butler.
May I?
I'm sorry.
May I respond?
Mr. Thielen, I'm going to give you a minute to respond and then we'll go to Ms. Butler.
Sure.
I don't know if there's a question in there. but-
DDLR could have charged them, tried to go after them for sanitary violations. They could have even charged that they violated the rules against living on the premises. They didn't. They made the question that we have to consider is the primary business at this establishment the selling of sexual services. And you've heard all of the proof that they have and the lack of proof that I would like to hear, and I think you would like to hear if you're considering that question. Are there things that could be done better at this establishment or differently? Sure, certainly. I am not in the business of representing perfect people, and people do make mistakes. And TDLR could have pursued them for the whole menu of other violations that they have available to them. But they didn't because they want the narrow question of revocation or no to be taken care of. But I don't think they meet their burden on proving that it's a sexually oriented business, despite the presence of food or bedding or clothes at the establishment.
Mr. Thielen, I have tremendous respect for you, always have. And I think because they did prosecute under that theory, when we've closed 70 down in the last year and a half, tells you the alarms that went off in somebody's mind, right? Just in the big picture perspective, you know, the totality of the circumstances. When we've closed 70 down and we've never used this theory to approach, tells me that it was that egregious. And so I'm sure the ALJ knew all these facts, correct? I mean, these were all litigated in front of them, right? The condom, the negligee, the food, the beds, the locked doors. Correct?
All this evidence was presented and considered by the ALJ. She looked at all of the photos. She heard from the investigator. Yes. She addressed it in the PFD. She didn't ignore it, and she analyzed it, and she went category by category through everything and basically said the only evidence arguably that's here that suggests the selling of sexual services is the one unopened, unused condom found in a drawer. There's also no evidence that there was anything in any waste baskets, anything in the dumpsters outside that suggested that this is some sexual operation. None of that. She looked through all of the evidence. She considered it for, I believe, the whole 2 months that she has to take a look at it and issued a decision. And then TDLR sent their exceptions in. And before I even had a chance to reply to it, the judge said, I'm not changing my mind. I've already looked at all of this. It was basically a restatement of the evidence that was provided. So the judge considered it 2 times and felt so strongly that they didn't meet their burden that she's recommending that you find that they didn't meet the burden.
I want to remind the commissioners so that we are talking about SOB. So, so that's where we have to stay lane. We can't wander from that lane. I want to make sure you don't wander from that lane. And so, any further questions regarding that finding? Okay. I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the commission remand the case to SOA for further proceedings. On remand, the ALJ should consider the department's evidence as a whole and explain why the unrebutted evidence was insufficient to prove that the establishment's primary business was providing sexual services. The ALJ should also clarify the meaning applied to primary business as whether the lack of direct evidence, such as an observed transaction or admission, affected the decision. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? Okay, any further discussion? All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Thielen. If you need anything else. All right, item 4. Natalie, there. Any respondent?
Mr. Mai? Mr. Mai? Or May? I'm sorry.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Is it Mr. May? Okay. Do you understand the instructions that I read earlier about the process?
I just hear from the phone.
Okay, you have an interpreter ear. Okay, so I'm gonna speak slowly and I'm gonna read this to you, okay? So make sure that you understand, all right? We're gonna hear from the prosecutor first, okay?
Yes.
And she'll be given 5 minutes, and then we'll have any questions, and we're gonna hear from you next. You'll have to respond to anything that she has, okay? And then we'll have any questions from the commissioners will be directed to you or to the prosecutor, okay? That make sense?
Yes.
Okay, if you have any questions, just raise your hand if you don't understand something, because I can't hear what you hear. So if you need me to slow down, I'm happy to do that for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. May. All right.
Excuse me, can he move the microphone closer so we can
Yeah,
hear him?
we can't hear you. Can you?
Hello.
Okay, and speak clearly, and when you state your name, as soon as she's done, I'll walk you through it, okay? All right, thank you, Mr. May.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Natalie Olvera, and I'm a senior prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. This case against respondent Heel Tren Nyot May was presented before SOA on October 14th, 2025. In the proposal for decision, the ALJ recommended the department deny respondent's renewal application and revocation of his current cosmetologist manicurist license. Department agrees with this recommendation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, Mr. May, you're welcome to proceed. You have 5 minutes, and I'll give you some latitude. So just tell me how much time you need. Okay, go ahead.
Just a little bit.
I can't hear you, Mr. May.
Just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
We.
He may need
I think he has one.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you understand what we're saying? Do you
Yes,
have a translator?
I understand. Yeah.
Okay, okay. You can
I
respond.
can hear, but I can talk. You know.
You can't talk?
No.
Okay, all right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put this on hold, and Courtney or Deanna, can we reconnect on this? We're gonna stop for a minute, okay? See if we can adjust and we can work this through. If not, we'll make some accommodations for you, Mr. May, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get with the staff over there and we'll kind of continue from there, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. You're dismissed. Okay, commissioners, we'll table that number 4, go to number 5. Rodrigo Valdez. Can you respond for Rodrigo? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Olvera.
Good morning again, Natalie Olvera, a senior prosecutor with Enforcement Division. This case is against Rodrigo Valdez Jr. and presented before SOA on February 17th, 2026. In the proposal for decision, with the added exception, the ALJ recommended the department revoke respondent's apprentice electrician license. Department agrees with this recommendation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions, commissioners?
No, sir.
All right, I'll take a motion.
Chair, so moved to accept the PFD with corrections on finding of fact number 5. Should be written to state the department completed a criminal history check and discovered respondent had 1 conviction in which he received deferred education for a 2023 felony that occurred after March 11, 2021, but prior to November 25, 2024.
I would have respected you so much more if you memorized that.
I did.
All right, motion made. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Item 6, Jessica Hurtado. Hurtado, how are you today?
Well, Chairman, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone for Ms. Villarreal?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Hurtado in the Enforcement Division, here to present this case to you. A hearing in this case was held before SOA on December 3rd, 2025. The proposal for decision recommends that you deny Luis Villarreal Jr.'s apprentice electrician license renewal application and revoke his license. The department agrees with this recommendation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
So moved to accept the PFD.
Thank you, Commissioner. Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 7, Quentin Wilson. Oh, you're here? Okay. Come on up, Mr. Wilson. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Morning.
Do you understand the rules that I read earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Trotter.
Again, Commissioners, Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division, here to present this case. A hearing in this case was held before SOA on February 24, 2026. The proposal for decision recommends that you deny Quentin D. Wilson's air conditioning and refrigeration technician license application and revoke his apprentice electrician license based on his criminal history. The department agrees with this recommendation. I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, Mr. Wilson, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, morning, Commissioner and staff.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. We have to only hear what's in the SOA hearing, okay? You can't bring anything out, so make sure you stay within that.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Morning, Commissioner and staff. Appreciate y'all having me today. My name is Quentin Wilson. I'm a instrumentation, electrical technician. I represent myself, represent my company, QA Services, LLC, construction company. I just really want to put a face to this information you guys have. I drove a long way to kind of explain this situation, and I just really want you to hear me out. I know you will read and see that in the information that I had a fraud case going on, but in that case, I was scammed dealing with a private rental car services, and I feel like with that situation that happened, it shouldn't dictate a car insurance policy shouldn't dictate my construction license and renewal and future license I'm trying to receive. That's not my character. That is nothing I would intentionally do. That's nothing I would even put on myself. So I really want to just speak of that and put that out there. I know you see some things that says that that will label me as that, and you will see that I'm on a pending case for that as deferred that case. And that's probably what the judge has told me. If I pay restitution, it would take me off of that and it shouldn't deny me of no licenses or me not working. I've been working in the plant for at least 15 years, but I had to leave 2 years ago because of me not being able to renew my license. The kind of crap that I do in the plant in my construction company, you have to have these licenses and the new license I'm trying to achieve. And without these licenses, you can't go any further. I'm not only representing me, I have people that works with me, and I worked for Marathon at the time. And without me being able to have these license renewed, I can't proceed that. Like I said in the beginning, there's nothing I would even try to do insurance fraud on the company. I have to hold myself with $1 million commercial and policy on my company just to serve Galveston County. We rebuild homes, we remodel homes, and I do all kind of electrical work out there now, but it's a big hassle for me to get permits now ever since this happened. And I just want to bring the guys to your attention. I know you have documentation you have to look at and observe, but I really would like for you guys to hear me out and just, that's just not my character on doing something like that. And I would like a second chance on that to be renewed that. And I have other licenses I want to try to get in the future also. And I know this is a big hold on it right here. So that's kind of why I'm at with that.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, I appreciate you showing up today and facing whatever the consequences may be, right? This is a pretty recent offense, so take that into consideration. I don't know what the commission's going to decide today.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, most men are the same, right? We're ruled by passions, and we spend our entire lives. I'm 57 years old, still trying to control my passions. Could be anger, could be other things, right? Avarice, greed, you call it whatever you want. But that's our job.
Yes, sir.
That's why we're here. That's what makes us men, right? Not that we don't have them, that we can control them, and it takes time. And so there are a lot of times in life where nobody's going to be looking over your shoulder to make sure you do the right thing. Nobody's coming to save you. It's all on you. Okay? So I do appreciate you showing up.
Thank you.
If you don't get what you're looking for here today, there are other avenues to make it in life. You got a chance. You're in a fork in the road right now. Okay? You could spend the rest of your life in prison, or you could make something of yourself. Okay, you get to decide that when you walk out the door today. I hope you make the right decision. I'm going to be praying for you to make the right decision.
Thank you.
But you're no different than any other man up here or in that audience. They've all been faced with the same questions that you have, but they're here earning a living while you're here trying to protect yours. That means somewhere along the way, something went wrong. Okay. And the guy that you see in the mirror is the reason you're here. Okay. But you can change that. And I expect you to. Okay. You may not get what you want here today, but life isn't over. It's just starting. Okay. And you decide where it takes you. All right.
Yes, sir.
So I'll be rooting for you,
Thank you.
but that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Hurtado or Mr. Wilson? Okay. How are you on that payback, on that restitution?
I haven't checked it, but I know I think it's maybe like 15,000 left, maybe.
Of the 93? Or
Yeah, it
90?
started off at like 90, I think, and I'm at like 15 now.
All right. Any questions, commissioners? All right, take a motion.
Chair, I move to accept PFD with modifications to fact number 10. If permitted to retain his electrical license and obtain an ACR license, respondent poses a risk to the public and will have opportunities to repeat his conduct because those occupations create an opportunity to practice deceit, fraud, and misrepresentation related to the need for service parts and equipment. And fact number 12, department staff propose to revoke respondent's expired electrical license and deny his ACR license application based on his criminal history.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, any further discussion?
Commissioner Truxtrom, what is your motion?
Accept the PFD with the corrections.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that as well.
I think it's already been seconded. Is there any?
I'll third it.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Luck, Mr. Wilson.
You have other remedies, Mr. Wilson, if you want to get with the staff and see what maybe the next steps could be. There are other things. Okay?
Walk over here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The staff will get with you. All right, Jessica, item 8, Mr. Fleming, you right? Is anybody from? Is Mr. Fleming or here? Okay. All right, Jessica, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division, here to present this case. A hearing in this case was held before SOA on October 29, 2025. The proposal for decision recommends that you deny Unray Fleming's application for a Class A barber license. The department agrees with this recommendation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
Chair, so move to adopt the PFD.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Jessica. Ms. Olvera, can you come back, please? All right, Commissioners, we're going to go back to item 4. I think Ms. Olvera has a request.
Commissioner Chairman, Natalie Olvera with Enforcement. I would request that Mr. May's case that we just put on hold, that we could push it to the next commission meeting so we could have a translator in person next time.
Can I have a motion for that? Second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Olvera. Appreciate you. Okay, Commissioner, we're going to item I, motions for rehearing. Mr. Funderburg and Mr. Drew McEwen.
I don't have any,
There's nobody here.
I don't have a form. No, nobody here.
Is he here? Mr. McEwen? Okay. All right. Mr. Funderburg.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Funderburg with the Office of General Counsel. So I'll start with a brief recap of the case. Before the transfer of charitable bingo functions to the TDLR, the Texas Lottery Commission sought to deny the application of London Service LP for the renewal of its commercial lessor license based on London's failure to timely file its renewal application. London requested a contested case hearing on the matter to be held at State Office of Administrative Hearings. The Administrative Law Judge, or ALJ, issued a proposal for decision, the PFD, on February 11th, recommending that London's renewal application be denied. No exceptions were filed. Then at the last meeting, the Commission reviewed the PFD. After discussion by both parties, the Commission adopted the PFD without modifying the ALJ's findings or conclusions. Respondent then filed a motion for rehearing. To begin, I think I speak for all the GC attorneys when I say that our office views a motion for rehearing as the last chance to make sure that we get it right. No one wants to have a meritorious claim ignored or discarded because of a procedural error or a misunderstanding of the law. When the OGC reviews a motion for rehearing, we're not trying to score a win for the agency. Rather, we're trying to make sure that every step of the process has been fair to both sides. And if there's a substantive argument in the respondent's favor that justifies the rehearing, we'll make a recommendation that reflects that reality. After an extensive review of the respondent's MFR, though, Office of General Counsel didn't find grounds that would justify a rehearing on the matter. Respondent's motion for rehearing raises 11 points of alleged error. Almost all the errors alleged that the ALJ made erroneous factual determinations that were wrongly adopted by the Commission. That is, the same arguments respondent made during a contested case review at the Commission's last meeting, arguments that the Commission ultimately declined to adopt. Respondent's MFR also alleges a new ground of error that SOA erred by allowing a different ALJ to draft a proposal for decision, even though that drafting ALJ is not the ALJ who presided over the hearing. But since its exact circumstances is authorized by SOA's rules of procedure, the OGC does not recommend granting respondent's motion for rehearing on that basis. In conclusion, respondent's MFR raises no substantive grounds that would authorize granting a rehearing on this matter, and we recommend denying the motion.
Any questions, Mr. Thunderbird? I'll entertain a motion.
So move to deny the rehearing.
Rehearing, motion for rehearing. Okay, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Thunderbird.
Thank you.
Okay, do y'all need a break or you have to press through? We can excuse people one at a time. It's up to you, commissioners. You wanted, all right. I'm going to take a recess. It is 11:45. We'll get back here at 11:55. All right. speak into the mic, please, so that we get the minutes recorded. So meeting's back in order. We're going to go item J. I'm going to lose a commissioner, so I want to make sure we cover, Courtney, anything needs to be voted on. So we're going to plow through this, okay, gentlemen? All right. J, item J, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Clip notes, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Derek Burkhalter, Assistant General Counsel. Stephen Leary and I are presenting amendments to the department's Chapter 60 rules to implement Senate Bill 2443 from the past session. Before that bill, our statutes required certain contested case documents to be delivered by certified mail or personal delivery. The bill amended Occupations Code Section 51.207 to authorize the Commission by rule to allow any department correspondence, including contested case notices, pleadings, and orders, to be delivered electronically. The rules create an opt-in system for these documents. An applicant or license holder may consent to electronic service by email, a department online portal, or another electronic method authorized by the department. The person may later revoke that consent. Anyone who does not opt in will continue to receive the notices by certified mail. The amendments establish a consent process for electronic service and allow electronic delivery of dishonored payment notices, enforcement documents, license restrictions, and proposed denials. They also clarify when electronic service is complete and create a rebuttable presumption of receipt. The proposed rules were published in the May 29th, 2026 issue of the Texas Register. The department received comments from 7 interested parties, 5 in support of the rules, and 2 requesting changes. The requested changes concerned duplicate paper notice and secure delivery, but staff declined to revise the rules in response to those comments because electronic service is voluntary, consent may be revoked, and appropriate safeguards will be used. So staff recommends that the Commission adopt the amendments as published without changes with an effective date of September 1st, 2026, and we're available to answer any questions.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Council, on this one, this is the simple thing because sometimes I do make mistakes in the rules. In the past, maybe I have voted something. So I want to make and understand this one correct. There is no language component in this one, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any further questions? I'll take a motion.
Chair, I move to adopt September 1, 2026.
There's a second. Speaking to the mic, please. Second by Dr. Wesson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're going to skip to item L, if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Leary, Assistant General Counsel. Item L is a rulemaking to adopt the 2026 National Electrical Code promulgated by the National Fire Protection Association as the state's official electrical code, with one exception relating to the requirement for ground fault circuit interrupters, or GFCIs, for outdoor outlets intended for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment, or HVAC equipment. Under Texas Occupation Code Section 1305.101A2, the Commission is required to adopt the revised version of the National Electrical Code as the state's official electrical code every 3 years. Section 90.40 of the NEC allows individual states to vary from the specific code requirements in limited circumstances. The 2026 version of the National Electrical Code reintroduces the GFCI requirement for outdoor HVAC outlets. That requirement was first introduced in the 2020 National Electrical Code, which led to rulemaking at that time to approve an exception to those requirements due to concerns of health and safety hazards relating to the risks of air conditioning outages during the summer months from nuisance tripping, which was known to be caused by compatibility issues between HVAC equipment and the then available GFCI outlets. As a result, the requirement for GFCI outlets for HVAC equipment was left out of the 2023 National Electrical Code. It was reintroduced in the 2026 National Electrical Code The version that was proposed by the NFPA it provides an exception until September 1st, 2026 to allow more time to resolve the compatibility issues. Our Electrical Safety and Licensing Advisory Board recommended that we extend that exception until the end of the code cycle because the compatibility issues have not been adequately addressed yet. Although there are new GFCI outlets, high frequency GFCI outlets that are compatible with new HVAC equipment, those outlets are not yet readily available on the market or widely in use yet. Therefore, there's a continued risk of nuisance tripping. The AC systems will go out because the GFCI outlets are getting triggered when there's not really a serious electrical fault. So that's what the advisory board recommended, is that we just keep that requirement out of the 2026 code. Proposed rules were published in the Texas Register on March 20th, 2026. We received 33 comments in response to the proposed rules, another 8 in response to the plain language summary. Comments were in different directions. I recommend that the commission approve the proposed rules as published with an effective date of September 1st. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Leary, any questions? I will take a motion.
Make a motion that we adopt the recommendation by the agency and the members of the public that spoke earlier.
Second.
Is there a second motion, second, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Ram. Thank you. And safe travels. For the record, can you note, please, the absence of Commissioner Dr. Ram? Okay, item K. Let me know when you're ready. Item K. Mr. Burkhalter.
Hey, thank you. Good morning again. Derek Burkhalter, Assistant General Counsel. This agenda item is a proposed rules package for the podiatric medicine program. This implements Senate Bill 968. That bill made 3 principal changes, which are reflected in these proposed rules. First, it replaced the term temporary residency license with the term residency license to more accurately describe the license. Second, it eliminated provisional licenses, which had become obsolete and have not been issued since the program transferred to TDLR. Third, it eliminated the podiatry-specific advisory board training requirements, so the Podiatric Medical Examiners Advisory Board will now receive the same training as TDLR's other advisory boards. The proposed rules make those corresponding changes throughout the Chapter 130 rule chapter. The rules were published in the May 1st, 2026 issue of the Texas Register, and the department received no public comments. On June 8th, the advisory board voted to recommend adoption as published, and staff also recommends the commission adopt the proposed rules as published with an effective date of September 1st, 2026. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions, commissioners? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt the rules as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Butler. I know you're going to take, please note, Vice Chair Butler as well. Item M. Now, nobody else move.
That's right.
You're all locked in, okay? All right, item N. Mr. Burkhalter.
Thank you again, one more time. For the record, I'm Derek Burkhalter, Assistant General Counsel. These proposed amendments to Chapter 75 concern the air conditioning and refrigeration contractors program. These rules primarily update the adopted construction codes from the 2021 editions to the 2024 editions, effective September 1st, 2026. These codes establish the technical and safety requirements that contractors follow when installing and servicing air conditioning and refrigeration systems. Updating them keeps the department's rules aligned with current industry practices and safety standards. Work permitted or started before that date may be completed under the 2021 codes. The rules also remove obsolete provisions related to the legacy certified technician designation, clarify examination eligibility requirements, and update references to Texas Education Agency rules in the chapter. The proposed rules were published in the May 22nd, 2026 issue of the Texas Register. The department received comments from 3 interested parties. In response to concerns raised about consistency among refrigerant-related standards, the advisory board recommended adding new subsection C to section 75.110, which addresses standards issued by the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, or ASHRAE. The new subsection provides that references in the adopted codes to the 2022 editions of ASHRAE Standards 15 and 34 will instead refer to the 2024 editions. This change keeps the adopted codes aligned with updated safety standards for newer refrigerants. The advisory board recommends adoption of the rules with that change. Staff also recommends adoption with the change with an effective date of September 1st, 2026. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Berthold. Any questions? I'll take a motion. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Item N.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Christopher Funderburg, Assistant General Counsel. Item N consists of amendments to the, excuse me. Amendments to the rules governing speech language pathologists. I'm sorry. The proposed rules remove the obsolete definition. Adopted rules are necessary to implement Senate Bill 904, 905, and Senate Bill 2075, 89th Legislature regular session, and to update and clarify existing rules. The proposed rules remove the obsolete definition of provisional licensee, remove the requirement that 3 advisory board members' 6-year terms all expire on February 1st of odd-numbered years, extend the advisory board presiding officer's term from 1 to 2 years, update and clarify existing rules related to the requirements for licensure as a speech-language pathology assistant, specifically in regards to the clinical observation and training hours, and requirements for licensure as an audiologist, extending the amount of time that a master's degree could have been earned to to December 1st, 2007, 31st, 2007. It also updates and clarifies the rules regarding the sales of hearing instruments. The proposed rules were published in the Texas Register on May 8th, and the public comment period closed on June 8th. The department received 1 comment from an interested party, but the department did not make any changes to proposed rules because of this comment. Although no changes were made in response to public comment, 3 minor changes to the published rules were made in response to a department suggestion. The first change was made to 111.50D1 to include a cross-reference that was inadvertently omitted from the published rules. Second, the adopted rules amend the subchapter title, Subchapter W, Joint Rule regarding the sale of hearing instruments by removing the word joint, and finally, remove an irrelevant statutory citation from 111.220. Finally, at its July 8th, 2026 meeting, the Speech Language Pathology Advisory Board recommended that the Commission adopt these proposed rules with the suggested amendment to the subchapter title and the before-mentioned administrative rule citations. I recommend that the Commission approve the proposed rules with an effective date of September 1st, 2026, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Funderburg. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion, please. Apologize.
Move that we adopt the proposed rule as recommended.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item O.
Chairman, Commissioners, Christopher Funderburg again. Item O consists of amendments to the rules governing hearing instrument fitters and dispensers. Adopted rules are necessary to implement Senate Bill 904 and 2075 from the 89th session and to update and clarify existing rules. Specifically, the adopted rules, again, remove the requirement that 3 advisory board members' 6-year terms all expire on February 1st of odd-numbered years, and also extend the advisory board presiding officer's term from 1 to 2 years. It requires that first-time renewal applicants for a hearing instrument fitter and dispenser license complete 20 hours of continuing education, and it removes the exception that allowed for license renewals for licensees who did not meet the continuing education requirements during their first 24 months of licensure. It updates and clarifies the rules regarding the sale of hearing instruments by removing the requirement that the commission adopt rules governing the sales of hearing instruments with the assistance of both the HFD board and the speech language pathology board. Now these boards can work parallel to each other without having to have a joinder on these issues. It also adds a provision that allows hearing instruments to be sold to a minor with a written statement from any licensed physician and no longer just a physician specializing in ear diseases. The proposed rules plain talk summary was posted on February 19th, 2026. They were published in the Texas Register on May 8th, and the public comment period closed on June 8th. We received no comments regarding these amendments. I recommend the commission approve the proposed rules with an effective date of September 1st, 2026, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
Move that we adopt the proposed rule as recommended.
Second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Commissioners, we're going to item P, the penalty matrix, ironically. Medlock?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Medlock, Chief Prosecutor for the Enforcement Division. I bring to you the updates to the electrician's penalty matrix. Just quickly, some statutes and rules that change that we need to make some changes. This allows us to be able to go after individuals that violate these rules in our notice of alleged violations. Won't bore you with the details, but if you guys have any questions, I would ask you to adopt these so that we can publish them in the Texas Register.
Any questions, commissioners? I'll take a motion.
Move that we adopt the proposed rule as recommended.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Q, item Q.
This is a combination of not only penalty matrix, but also criminal conviction guidelines for the new residential solar retailers program. We have two penalty matrix, one against the retailers, one against the salespersons that we use again when we go after violations for these different people. The criminal conviction guidelines is essential for us to be able to ensure that the folks that are get licensed are those that aren't committing the crime for which they may have the opportunity to reoffend. Crimes are in these criminal conviction guidelines, particular to this program, are crimes against deceptive trade and also crimes against the elderly, kids, or disabled, who a lot of times these solar people come in contact with. So with that, I would ask you to adopt these two penalty matrix and criminal conviction guidelines so that we can publish them in the Texas Register.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Or were there changes in the language on this?
These are brand new. These are brand new. This is the first time we've ever done these.
I thought the same thing because we had a discussion about which language. Okay. All right. Any further questions?
Are we going to have a lot?
We possibly could have a lot. Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve the penalty matrix.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Medlock. Okay, we've got the item R has already been done. Item S, Courtney.
Rose Demerson is coming up to present S.
Oh, Rose, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Kind of tiny. Good afternoon. I'm Rose Wheeler, and I'm Director of Administration for TDLR, and I'm here to present on item S. Essentially, we're seeking your approval to enter into a new contract with an apparent successful proposer by the name of Plant Moran. This is the first time that the agency will have an internal audit services contract for all agency programs through a single contract. All of the descriptive information is in front of you. The contract has an initial term of 1 year with 3 one-year renewals. Regarding total contract value, it's about 1.8 million over the course of the 4 years. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, commissioners? All right, I'll take a motion.
Move that we approve the contract with this provider.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item T, Ms. Thompson. Thomas, see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jan Thomas, and I'm the Director of Human Resources. I'm here today to present the Commission Personnel Policy Objectives. This is in accordance with Section 51.201A2 of the Occupations Code and TDLR's enabling statute. In your meeting materials, you have the 9 policy objectives that reflect the agency's commitment to administering policies in accordance with state and federal law and the responsibility of employees to adhere to TDLR's personnel policies. Also want to thank the HR work group for your assistance and work on these objectives. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions? Okay, I'll take a motion.
Move that we approve these new personnel policy objectives.
Was there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, Commissioners, we've done V, so we're going to go to W, Commission reports, work groups. Do you want to read those? Courtney, do you have them handy?
I have them handy. Would you like for me to read them?
Well, I think, do you have a couple?
I got a couple.
I think Commissioner Weston, and then we'll go to you.
Sounds good.
Enforcement work group. The enforcement work group met on June 2nd and July 7th to discuss recommendations for process improvements on the Licensing and Regulation Enforcement Division. And the work group discussed new methods to address unsolicited activity in certain programs.
Okay.
And then on the innovation,
Make sure you read into the mic. So. Okay.
Innovation Work Group, we met on July 23rd to receive an update from staff on the implementation of the TDLR Core, the department's legacy system replacement project. The project's vendors were overly optimistic in their original estimates and planning efforts. As a result, CGI has submitted an updated project plan and schedules that is going to get us back on track. The project is several months behind. However, CGI executives have confirmed the commitment for success of the project, and the TDR staff are reviewing the updated plan and schedule, providing feedback. The updates include several changes. CGI is adding more senior resources, including new leadership, leveraging AI to help with requirements, and increasing the amount of testing and automating testing. Staff has received positive feedback from the advisory boards and licensees of programs, and are actively been incorporated into TDLR Core. Activity since February 26th, which was the initial launch for weather modification and behavioral analyst programs. That we had 1,855 registrations, 5,253 logins, 1,427 applications, and 1,335 licenses issued under the new test program.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Weston.
Okay. For the record, Courtney Arbor, Executive Director. Audit Finance Commission Work Group met since the last meeting. Vice Chair Butler talked about that under Agenda Item U relating to audits. The Strategic Planning and LAR Commission Work Group also met since the last meeting. Vice Chair Butler is the chair of that work group and presented you heard about that under Item V related to Strat Plan and LAR. The only remaining work group, Vice Chair Butler is also the chair of this work group, and that's the Anti-Human Trafficking Work Group. The group met on July 14th to discuss new efforts led by staff to combat human trafficking activity in the state of Texas. The Community Impact Project is a novel approach to build capacity across communities statewide by engaging local stakeholders to identify and strategically combat illicit businesses in partnership with TDLR. As a result of 4 projects initiated so far, more than 100 businesses have been inspected, 35 illicit businesses are no longer operating, 20 partner agencies have been engaged, more than 45 potential victims were offered resources, 18 emergency orders issued, 20 training sessions delivered, more than 75 landlord engagement letters sent by the Office of the Attorney General, and 7 civil enforcement actions taken by the Office of the Attorney General. The new anti-human trafficking license review process allows staff to intervene in the licensing process when applications contain red flags. The goal is to ensure that TDLR is not providing the appearance of legitimacy to illicit businesses with the issuance of a license. Of the 8 possible grounds for denial, the main 3 reasons include evidence of program violations, being a sexually oriented business, or fraud, misrepresentation. As a result of this process so far, 196 cases have been opened, 119 denial letters sent, 29 hearings requested, and 68 closed cases with a final denial.
That's outstanding. A lot of effort. It's a heavy lift.
Yes.
Good job, guys. Any questions? All right. Go to appointments. Espinosa.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we are recommending 3 new appointments and 2 reappointments to advisory boards, and 2 appointments and 1 reappointment for presiding officers for your consideration and approval. For the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board, we recommend Constance Sayre of Houston to fill the position of public member. Ms. Sayre is a life coach and consultant. This term would expire on July 28, 2032. We recommend the appointment of Dr. Rosa Patterson of Flower Mound as the presiding officer of the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board. Dr. Patterson has been a behavior analyst professional for 30 years. Her term would expire on July 28, 2028. For the Elevator Safety Advisory Board, we recommend Michael Sheeran of San Marcos to fill the position of representative of Independent Equipment Maintenance Company. Mr. Sharon is the owner and manager of a company with over 20 years of industry experience. This term would expire July 28, 2032. We recommend Cooper Vititow of Irving to fill the position of owner-manager, building with fewer than 6 stories. Mr. Vititow is president and CEO of Senior Living Communities and has 18 years of experience in this industry. The term would expire July 28, 2032. We recommend Greg Tamez of San Antonio for the position of elevator equipment constructor. Mr. Tamez has a great deal of experience serving on the Elevator Safety Advisory Board and has many more years of experience in the industry. His term would expire July 28, 2032. We recommend Scott Anderson of Houston for the position of public member. Mr. Anderson works in the petroleum industry and has served on the Elevator Safety Advisory Board with dedication. This term would expire on July 28, 2032. For presiding officer of the Lottery Advisory Committee, we recommend the appointment of Kimberly Kiplin of Austin as the presiding officer of the Lottery Advisory Committee. Ms. Kiplin was appointed at the last commission meeting as the temporary presiding officer, and we'd like to make it official. Kimberly Kiplin has been a licensed attorney since 1984 and has over 30 years of experience in the Texas lottery laws and rules. Her term would expire on July 28, 2028. And finally, for the presiding officer of the Elimination of Architectural Barriers Advisory Board, we recommend the reappointment of John Rickard of Austin as the presiding officer of the Elimination of Architectural Barriers Advisory Board. He has over 40 years of experience in construction and code consulting and is registered as an architect and an engineer. He's also been licensed as a registered accessibility specialist for over 25 years. His term would expire on July 28, 2028. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Espinosa, great job. Your team's done a great job, and I love working with them. So well done. Commissioner Hall, we have advisory committees that help us muddle through all the things that we need to muddle through. So if you know anybody that would be recommend to sit on that advisory committee. They give us a lot of insight. I'm not known for my electrical skills or my elevator skills, so and my modeling career is gone, so I gave up on that one. But Ms. Espinosa will take any suggestions you have, and we're always looking for a talent pool that can really help us out. So, all right, any questions, Ms. Espinosa? All right, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the appointments, reappointments, presiding officer appointments, and presiding officer reappointments as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
All right, Courtney, executive reports.
We have several executive staff reports. If Steve Bruno and LaDonna Castanuela will make their way up, I'll go ahead and provide an update on some of our work to meet the governor's directive for the Texas Jobs Council. You all know that the governor brought together industry and union partners and state agencies to address the workforce growth and the need to continue to bolster the workforce in the state of Texas, connecting as many young workers as we can and making the path as smooth as possible. TDLR was specifically asked to review age requirements and expand opportunities for younger Texans to enter the workforce, consider any changes to CE requirements, expand exam options, and allow rigorous training experiences to count toward on-the-job training for faster paths to licensure. I'm ad-libbing to make it faster. But that was the crux of it. And we've been actively involved in that. In fact, a lot of the people in this room have been actively involved. Just yesterday, Chairman, you were and Commissioner Hall participated in a meeting with a number of industry, nonprofit, and education partners, considering ways to help more foster youth enter into the electrical trade. And I anticipate we'll have continued momentum with that project. Really inspiring discussion with people that aren't looking for funding. They're looking for connection and have the drive to help see this through. We continue to work with TSTC to implement and fully approve their JEEP project, which will allow a person to have up to 4,000 hours of on-the-job training credit for completion of their curricula for a 2-year program. We'll expect other community and technical colleges to come to us with similar proposals based on what we're hearing from some of the schools we're in contact with. We also are very focused on reciprocity agreements. I want to do a shout out to Josh Hall and Jeff Kopus and Alex Hammond and our intern Reese, who have been part of some reciprocity work. We have 2 agreements with other states in barber cosmetology, 5 other states in air conditioning, and 15 for the electrician licenses, with 5 more in process. The governor was very interested in TDLR continuing to expand our reciprocity with other states so that when people want to become a Texan and come work here, that transition is easier. There's something that kind of came at us sideways. It was called the Laredo Road Ready Initiative. It's not something that we would have gone out looking for, but because of relationship with Steve Bruno and a local judge there, Judge Eduardo Avila Jr., I get his name right, Steve?
Yes.
Avila. There's a recognition that fewer young people are getting their driver's license and more young people are getting in trouble for driving without a driver's license. So they've invited community partners together and asked TDLR to participate in discussions because we regulate driver's education. So Steve and Ford Strawn were invited to be part of that conversation to not only inform the public about what the options are for driver's education, but they'll be driving the point home. From a workforce perspective, it's a lot easier to get to school and work if you have your driver's license, and these are the many options you can explore. Last, through our pilot project with San Jacinto College, our work with TSTC, and our Barber and Cosmetology Summit, that the education and examination team led by Ford Strawn have done. Work is underway to streamline and improve the examination process. This was something that the governor directed specifically in the Texas Jobs Council directives to us. Through the advisory board process, a rule package is being developed, which will eventually come before you for approval. Examples include implementing early examination across barber and cosmetology license types. The benefit of this will allow earlier testing and faster entry into the workforce, providing simultaneous eligibility for written and practical exams. The benefit is that students can choose then which to take, and this can reduce time spent on requirements and provide faster entry into the workforce. And last, expanding remote testing opportunities has been a focus for the last year or so and will continue to be as we give students more school-based virtual testing and bulk scheduling options so that there is never a reason for delay once the student is ready to take the exam. I know that's been a long meeting, but I want to make sure that we had an opportunity to share with you how actively we are engaged in the governor's job council initiatives and how much the staff are doing this in addition to their day-to-day work. So thank you all.
Fabulous job. Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thank you and the staff.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Courtney. And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'd like to give some quick highlights on two divisions today. First, I'll begin with the Field Inspections Division. Field Inspections, our team is out there regulating the businesses that need to be required. And this is a couple months old, but very relevant to this year. So far, 15,246 inspections completed. Out of that, there were 1,656 referrals to enforcement. That means that a serious violation was found. But of that 15,246, 2,007 violations were corrected on site. These are less serious violations, and this is a metric that the team has been tracking since 2024 to highlight the customer service efforts that the inspectors do. They're fully walking the licensees through the violations and guiding them on how to correct them, and these prevent extra work coming to enforcement that's not necessary. Another new metric that we're keeping track of is indicators of human trafficking. 337 were found out of that 15,246 inspections. This number is a direct reflection of the 4 additional anti-trafficking inspector positions that we received from the 89th legislative session. And this is also a collaboration, increased collaboration between the Human Trafficking Division, law enforcement partners, field inspections, to continue this work. I want to talk briefly about one of the community impact projects. Courtney mentioned those. This is where we're coming in to assist local communities who ask. And recently, Chris Russi, with some of the teams in July 14th, they presented some of our anti-trafficking task force challenge coins to the City of Midland's leadership. The City of Midland reached out to us because of a high number of illicit massage businesses. We immediately got to work with them as a team effort. The project was spearheaded by our anti-trafficking division. It also includes members of enforcement and field inspections working together to exemplify the agency's collaborative approach to combating human trafficking. We were able to present to Mayor Blong of the City of Midland, who proactively reached out to us and the national anti-trafficking organizations to explore the strategies that led to serious action and places being shut down there. Another highlight for the field inspections divisions, on July 24th, Director Chris Russi presented to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority Board. We have an interagency contract with them. We have inspectors and vehicles, and that's designed to continue our efforts not only at catalytic converter theft, but also motor vehicle crimes across the state as well. So I just want to say thank you to the field inspections team for all they do and all that work. I'd like to highlight some work from the enforcement division. The enforcement division has 3 different components that need to be remembered. We've got intake, we've got cases coming in, people with concerns. We're reviewing those to make sure that we have jurisdiction and connect. Then the investigations team will investigate those complaints, speak to the person who made it, the licensee, or if it's unlicensed activity, but we'll talk to everyone, gather up all the information, and determine what can be taken. Then our prosecutors will take that case, and sometimes you'll see those here before you today. A lot of times those are orders that are signed by the executive director or myself. And I just want to highlight for you the teamwork that's required and reflected in each of those cases. No one person can do this alone. It takes a tremendous amount of work to make sure that we get the information right, because as you can appreciate, sometimes people make a complaint and not provide accurate information. And we want to balance out going after people who may have a grudge versus going after people who are actually causing harm. We've got an incredible amount of harm that can happen to our licensees. We have we can have death for folks. We can have financial harm and crimes, other injuries. So we take this work very seriously, and I want to thank the folks in the enforcement division. Some quick highlights. We've decreased the average age of pending consumer complaints down to 13 days. That's from 41. The oldest consumer complaint wait and review has been reduced to an average of 5 days. Our goal is to review and process all complaints that come in within 5 days to determine whether something needs to be further done or there's not enough information. We've reduced the total number of consumer complaints. The prosecution legal assistants have done some work to do a little bit of centralization to enhance efficiency. And again, this data is a couple months old, but in just 2 months, they issued 255 notices of alleged violation, reviewed 64 orders, and finalized 10 agreed orders and 9 default orders. We've got a special emphasis, as you know, on older cases, those cases that are 500 days or older. These are often more complex and may have gone through several rounds of personnel. We've reduced over 1,200 of those cases since December. So thank you to the team for that. One final highlight that is one of my favorites. Restitution. We were given the authority to provide consumer restitution in certain cases, and so far this fiscal year, $283,091 has been returned to consumers. Thank you to the Enforcement Division for keeping people safe, for taking action against those who violate our laws and rules, and for returning that money to Texans when they have been deceived. Thank you.
Any job.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm LaDonna Castanuela, Director, Charitable Bingo Operations Division. Sergio Rey, the Interim Deputy Executive Director of Lottery Operations and Charitable Bingo Operations Division, is attending an out-of-state conference, and I'm filling in to give you an update about the Charitable Bingo Operations Division. The Commission is directed by statute to exercise strict control and close supervision over charitable bingo and to ensure that games are conducted fairly and in compliance with the law. The division licenses conductors who are the charitable organizations who conduct bingo, lessors who lease premises to charitable organizations, manufacturers of bingo equipment and supplies who sell to licensed distributors, and distributors of bingo equipment and supplies who sell to licensed conductors. At this time, there are a total of 2,043 active licenses, including the largest group, which is the conductors, 1,740. On April 9th, the Bingo Advisory Committee held a meeting. Included in its business, they voted to create 4 subcommittees, each addressing a different item listed in the Commission's approved FY26 BAC work plan. At the BAC's June 30th meeting, the chairs of the subcommittees presented their reports, including identified issues and recommendations. The subcommittee reports were shared with each of you by email last week. Recommendations include changes to statutes, 1 rule change regarding electronic card minding systems, and changes to game inspection procedures. Division staff and legal are currently reviewing the rule change recommendation for possible inclusion in our next rule package after the Senate Bill 3070 rules are adopted. Speaking of the Senate Bill 3070 rules, they have been published in the Texas Register, and the public comment period will end on August 17th. Staff is also working on the BAC subcommittee recommendations regarding game inspection procedures in response to a sunset recommendation that the CBOD staff consult with the BAC to define and implement specific criteria related to fiscal accountability. And finally, I also want to thank the Field Inspection Division for assigning one of its inspectors to help CBOD with completing its game inspection projects for our FY 2026 plan. We absolutely appreciate the help and support very much. That's all I have for you today, and I'm available for questions.
Is there anything you guys don't do over there, Steve?
Those guys, no.
All right. Great job, guys. Great job, Steve. Thanks. All right. Questions? I can't see a better way to give us the scope of depth that we cover. And the restitution was, but it's the cherry on top. But thank you guys for what you do, and thank you for the depth that you play. So anyway,
thank you.
All right, Courtney, is that it?
I believe that's it. Did we cover every agenda item? Did we miss anybody?
I think
Okay.
we added out 5 more, but that's the, all right. Commissioners, we are going to put a hold on that October 6th meeting. I'm going to get a date out So we might have to reassess that and figure out what date works for us. So we're going to stand on that. Is there any other comments? All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, team.